Hello. Hi, Freckling. Congrats on your first. I am indeed detected. Hi, Jesse. Yes, everyone take your meds. Hi, Emia. As long as not Rick rolls, you're fine. Huh? And thank you, Jesse, for letting me know. Should be fixed. How's everyone doing? Meowdy do. Are we ready for solo legendary Halo 5? Yeah, wait. No, 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 no. Yeah, that game fucking sucks. Ow. What's the bad news? Num num num. Lose Angel's Venture in under 17 hours? How do you know? Oh, we might we might win it. Um, um, oh, I see. That's no bueno. Um, um, um. What if we just launch nukes into the singularity? Oh shit, wormhole inside their wormhole? Shit, that's a good idea. Ba, 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 ba. Hmm. What to do, what to do. I feel like I need someone to game with today. Mm.
Come to me, my son.
Thank you, Silver, for the subs. 30 months, god damn. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I love you. All right, Silver, what are we playing? What are we playing? Nom clue? Fuck. You know what? I know what we'll do. Maybe. I mean, is that what you want? Should I should I save it for a day that I do it all at once? Would that be preferable? Thank you for lurking, Silver. Love you. Okay, never mind. Not Titanfall then. Yeah, snuggle, snuggle, snuggle. Plans destroyed. um. Well. Why are you annoyed at yourself? Also, hi, Sky. How you doing? Bum 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 bum. Bow wow. Bow bow bow. Bow bow bow. A vintage store? Well, I don't know if I want to start my own save. Hello, please? 6 months of slowly setting up a medieval mod list for Minecraft because I figured Vintage Story didn't have a villager mod yet, thus not letting me build a giant town. I mean, you could build a giant town, it would just be more work. I have Vintage Story NPC mod today, and there was a fucking NPC mod that let me do exactly what I. Oh shit. Okay, well, there's another plan that's not working. It's been out since 1.19, so it's been out for a good bit. Is it updated? Yeah, I also didn't know you could play either of those games. I mean, Minecraft, I could see you playing the like mobile version, but I didn't realize you had any other systems than your Kindle. Chat, we might have to play Warframe. How scary. I I don't know how good of an idea that is, Guy, because a lot of it's probably going to become out of date. The first problem was thinking Minecraft would be the answer to anything when Vintage Story exists. Um, fuck's sake. Fucking fuck. Shit fuck. God damn it. Son of a dick. Hi, Lady V. How you doing? Good to see ya. Stuff going out of date can be worked around probably by me saying fuck you, Microsoft, and just not updating. I mean, fair. I mean, I guess you can play older versions of Minecraft, but I agree, Jesse. I wish I wasn't too broke to do that. That's it. Dark Souls marathon time. Or solo Dokapon. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Mm. Zomboid, I suppose. Maybe. I'll probably get myself fucking killed, but bum 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 bum. Zombies, zomboid, but all zombies are super weak, but they're all sprinters. Oh god. Open TD. No. Lady V plays Monster Hunter. What the fuck? More like closed TTD. Are you having fun? No! I didn't know you played Monster Hunter. You should have told me. We could have been friends so much sooner. You helping Artie? Gotcha. MR14, HR999. Jesus Christ. But you're only MR14? Now hold on, wait a second. Something's not adding up here. HR 999, but only 45 hours? Something's not adding up here. I am going to be playing Wilds at release, yes. And other than when other players were at the hub, it ran pretty decent for me in the beta, and they've made improvements since that build, from my understanding. So played on Xbox. Oh, but you're not HR 999 on PC. Wait a fucking minute. I'm pretty sure a 1.19 save can be upgraded to a 1.20. That probably won't even be a problem. Pat Sky. Bum 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 bum. Yeah. This guy might be looking into it a little too early. I don't know what to do. You know what? We'll try Eternal Strands and see how we're feeling. Playing Monster Hunter actually sounded kind of fun, but Rise won't boot up. More like Monster Hunter Fall. I don't know what season it takes place in, to be honest. Unless I start a new playthrough of World. What? What'd I do? Yeah, but... So? I'm having to do those Zora Magdaros missions again. I can just sleep through them. So it wouldn't really be a complete playthrough. I've been playing Monster Hunter since Try. Oh, I need to go back and play the old ones. Bum 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 bum. All right, let's go to the new place. Meow. Unless, okay, we're saved by there not being any of the monsters I need to hunt. Well, except for you. We're saved. The Archon's Heart. Well, good trip. Fuck! I must have double hit it because I remember unmuting. I am sorry. You guys could read the subtitles, right? Non Chupcat, you're Chupcat. Yes, okay. No, we can't. No, it's me who can't read. Basically, there's a scry there that's a permanent installation. And something about asylum. We're gonna learn. We're gonna do a learn here. Asylum. It is well documented that across the Meta, the surge was catastrophic. However, primary documents found within the Bastion are the first to shed light on what those impacts may have been behind the Enclave's veil. The minutes of a war room meeting among the Enclave's highest-ranking military officials, dated in 1020, indicated that following the surge, casualties plateaued for a while before beginning to rise again sometime around 1015. 5 years later, at the time of the aforementioned meeting, the casualty rate was high enough that the remaining weavers were in danger of being overcome entirely. The exact cause of these casualties is inconclusive. It's not difficult to hazard a guess that the same natural disasters that ravaged parts of the Meta following the surge would have played a factor in the Hearthsiders' deterioration inside the Vale. Our points to exploration comprehensively demonstrate that the Enclave's landscape and settlements have been torn apart by earthquakes, and its extreme weather fluctuations frequently render its environments inhospitable. In addition, the danger of wild creatures clearly intensifies the longer they were exposed to raw magic in the wake of the surge. These very threats would undoubtedly result in casualties within a long-suffering population. In addition to this, a research paper was found within a military workshop for enchanters. Dated in 1010, entitled Observing Arc Degradation, this paper raises another theory that perhaps the Arc's hostility had contributed to the survivors' rising casualties. Initially, our band had pondered the questions of whether the Ark's hostility was an act of defense from the surviving weavers here. This paper proves otherwise. It would appear that there was an expected and normal amount of behavioral degradation, according to the Enclave's head defensive weaving, Cornelius Trad. However, over the course of the following 10 years, the Arcs began turning against their own creators until all had become hostile by 1010. Trad believes that something sinister was at play, noting this was far more than a repair malfunction. To summarize, it is difficult to conclude with certainty which of, if any, of these factors are what led to the devastating casualties among the survivors. This is in large part due to mass censorship ordered by the Enclave's highest-ranking official, the Eye. Thus, most of the records we have found pertaining to the rise in casualties are heavily redacted. However, in a letter to the Bastion's commander, Karn Stanild expressed concern that details of their crisis were being leaked to a dissenting group of citizens who might aspire to thwart Asylum. This detail allowed us to tighten the scope of our search significantly. So what was Asylum? We can say with certainty that Asylum was a defensive measure that was enacted in 1026 as a response to the rising casualty rate, and that it involved sealing an underground portion of the city behind a magical barrier not dissimilar to the veil surrounding the Enclave. Given that we still have yet to encounter any Hearthsiders, it would be easy to conclude that the surviving population of the Enclave was sealed inside this barrier for safekeeping from the various threats that escalated following the surge. It is important to note that there is no solid evidence to confirm this. This could be due to the fact that the asylum was a covert military operation, and thus the Enclave took care not to document the location of their safe haven. That would be a reasonable estimation, but it is important to note that this is pure speculation until we find further proof of what Asylum's barrier contains.
Years after the surge, there was an inexplicable spike in casualties.
You don't think it's due to the Arcs going hostile?
Well, that may be part of it, but we can't be certain due to the information blackout. All what seems to have saved them was Asylum's execution. A defensive measure that involved sealing the underground behind a magical barrier.
Almost like the Veil.
Exactly like the Veil.
So the Enclave didn't just hide information from the rest of the Mater, but their own people as well.
Judging from the secrecy and a few of the letters you found, I would guess that high-level officials were paranoid. Clearly, not everyone was in favor of this measure, and some might have wished to thwart it.
I wonder who they were afraid of.
There was enough civilian unrest long after the surge that the Eye was concerned about an uprising. His response? Lock down the channels of information. Still, my guess is the uprising didn't happen, or at least lacked success on a large scale. Otherwise, we would find more evidence of it.
You said the casualties spiked long after the surge. Can you elaborate on what might have caused this?
This is truly the thousand-fairer question. With the information blackout, I can't find a concrete link to the cause across hundreds of pages. Arc hostility could certainly be a factor. Clearly, numerous Weavers were killed by their own defenses. The recorded minutes from other meetings in the War Room illustrate a long period of geological instability following the surge as well. Aftershocks and earthquakes and... well, not to mention the outskirts grew more dangerous each year as the creatures were allowed to breed unculled. But these threats seemed to plateau in the early years after the surge. There is no mention of the spike that resurfaced and prompted Asylum.
That's so strange.
It is.
Karn Stanild gave the orders to execute Asylum. Do we know anything else about him?
Judging from the series of letters between him and the commander, it would seem that, at the time, he was recently elected. And judging from the frequency with which he followed up on the commander's progress with Asylum, this defensive measure was a key pillar in his political platform. He seemed to grow increasingly concerned with his popularity among civilians in the most recent letters.
Ugh, isn't that kind of slimy?
Leveraging a security crisis to consolidate political influence? Yes, it's incredibly slimy.
Gross.
And effective.
And the commander? Do we know what happened to him?
It would appear that Asylum was executed successfully, so perhaps he is still alive. But until we find the Hearthsiders, we can't know for sure.
It's got to be where the Hearthsiders went, right? Remember, the letter mentioned they were evacuated from the city.
To an undisclosed location. We have no real confirmation that they are down there.
But it would make sense, wouldn't it? After all, asylum can mean shelter or safekeeping.
It can also mean prison. I know everyone wants an easy answer to where they went, but something just doesn't add up. You would think there would be at least one document linking asylum to the evacuation of the city, and there simply isn't.
This is all interesting, but I'm not sure where it'll lead us.
Further exploration of Denevran is required. It might be an abandoned city, but it's still a city. But Bryn, there's one more thing.
What is it?
The barrier. It's exactly like the Veil.
Yes, you said that already.
No, what I mean is, the raw magic that off-gasses from the Veil is what causes the tangles to cluster at its base. In speaking with Dharm, we theorized that this second barrier could potentially be doing the same thing, except in a more pressurized environment, like, say, within a barrier of kinetic magic.
It's causing the floods of miasma.
We believe so, yes.
So if we removed Asylum's barrier, we could stop the flood.
Possibly.
Or politicians are all slime girls. No, don't fucking insult slime girls like that. Slime girls are great. We're gonna release something big.
A way to break through Asylum.
Agreed.
Well, Upper Denevran had the spire. Bum, bum, bum. Whee! Are they doing it? Is it live right now? Ow. Come back here. Been going for a bit now, didn't want to interrupt. Oh, gotcha. Okay, but Bloodborne Remaster is absolutely happening. Didn't you hear, Jesse? They did a cease and desist on the 60 FPS Bloodborne patch.
Back in the spire. Let's see if we can find a registry of makers.
Wait, really? That's gotta be a joke, right? Oh my god. How? Did they forget how poorly that game did. What the hell? I forgot how recently it came out too, but now I gotta remaster games that have been out for a year. Days Gone's been out for longer than a year, but I mean that's just Sony's thing now, though. Yep.
This looks like some kind of evacuation plan. Doing their research before enacting asylum, I'd wager.
Everything gotta be milked every year to milk money for real. And yet they won't fucking give us Bloodborne. They'll remaster all the games that just came out, but none of the ones that actually need one. I mean, not that Bloodborne needs one, but give me Bloodborne on PC for fuck's sake.
Tables with assets listed. Looks like a tabulation of supply levels. Coordination for the runners and haulers. They remained in the city for years after the surge, according to these dates. Until they enacted asylum, at any rate.
They won't give us Bloodborne, but they will stop us from remastering it and demastering it. Yep. Well, okay, so it's weird. They didn't actually, like, cease and desist the, the PSX demake. They just cease and desisted its trailer. And then with the FPS, the 60 FPS patch, they specifically did the PC and PlayStation version. And it's been out since like 2020. Isn't just this trailer because it had a link to it. I don't know if it was because it had a link.
Just some
but
birth records.
like,
Surprisingly detailed.
you can still get it. It was just that trailer.
We'll have to make sure Lane adds them to our archive later.
Specify that was the reason? Huh. Weird.
Here we go. Sigils. Ah, found it. Our creator is listed here as Lucia de Praxis. 2 registered workshops, both council approved for dangerous materials. She must have had some pull before the surge. One is here in the city, and the other, let's see. I've been there. That frozen town out in Dredger's Mire. Better wear something warm.
I think it's important
God damn it.
we run this one down, Bryn. The water clock is dripping.
Why is it always... but you don't make fan games. Put that effort towards your own projects. Agreed. Fucking back into Hell Town. Yeah, this. Give me fire. Give me fuel, give me fire. All right. Where the fuck did they even go?
That arrowhead can influence the weather. Almost certainly my things are frozen over.
Malfunctioning then.
Indisputable. The ice buildup must be causing a single localized reaction.
Sure. I'll take care of it.
I forgot I had
Good
those.
idea. Swampy environs and intense cold is bad even for Enclave parchment. Best to lower the risk.
Couldn't have told me this was here a while ago. Unless it's Sonic, apparently people make Sonic fan games and they're loved and allowed. Everybody would help too. He sets fire to where he walks. True. Okay. Well, I did that. Oh, up more. No! World progression!
There. Already warming
Oh
up.
god.
Hope I didn't damage the priceless artifact too much.
Can't make an omelet, as they say.
What if I wanted to make an omelet though? I just want that.
A lot of notes here. Water damage from the cold and melt, though. Let's see. Materials. Huh. That's how you visualize a pattern. Lots of marginal notes. These have to be from Lucia. Ah. She mentions a flood in the later passages.
Perfect. We should check her other workshop, too. You. Please?
I'm on it.
Thanks for the help, fire buddy. Bastard. Anyway. Almost didn't see ya. We do indeed one-shot the lizards. Sansa's trade logs, ledgers of transactions, magical artifacts from the Enclave were considered a status symbol. All right. Weaver's Rest. Won't really matter, so we'll just do the perch. Imagine a game where enemies don't just scale with you, making gearing up pointless. It kind of, for me, it depends on the game, whether or not I like that. Ah, fucking course. Leave me alone. It's fucking cold. Get him out of here. We don't want him here. Leave me be. Oh. Oh, what the hell? How do we get in there? I was on the roof and I didn't see anything. Unless I need to go to the roof's roof. Don't lie to me. There wasn't a door there. Don't lie. Oh, hey. Ocean map. Shipping lanes dotting the meta, sorted by haulage rates. No way. There wasn't a... There wasn't a door. I wouldn't have missed a door. Yeah, there's no door unless you're counting that. For this? Oh.
The record said this place was registered to our champions of interest, Lucia. It sure doesn't look like a saboteur or smuggler's den. On the workings of Archons by L. de Crassus. Seems promising. Dom?
Certainly topical. There were references to it in those notes you found, come to think of it. Definitely bring it back. Another piece of the puzzle.
You always tell me, but interesting eyes are good for detail. It just didn't look like a door, okay? It just looked like a wall with ice on it. Had I come here at any point in time other than on a frozen day, I might have seen it. But, you know? Burn that ice. What the hell? Oh, okay. Crystal. Anyway, back to town. Consult with Dom. How much you want to bet it's gonna be Sev who figures out how to break the veil? Proof of conspiracy.
Any luck with the materials we gathered from Lucia's workshops?
Yes. I'll let Sev fill you in.
We started with the book, which was painfully dry and highly theoretical.
Poor Sev. It was so fucking boring.
Unsurprising. The Enclave was notoriously tight-lipped about the construction of the arcs.
The book was still useful, as it contained a number of craft-specific terms, shorthands and annotations, all critical. Referencing the book clarified the notes.
Without it, they bordered on deranged rant, especially at the end.
Sort of a window into her thinking.
We suspect Lucia spent a long time in isolation while working on these.
She covered many topics, but the most prominent was her work into the Flood.
Who exactly was Lucia? It seems like she had a lot going on.
Brilliant, but disturbed. She harbored a severe hatred of Enclave leadership, bordering on obsession.
Reams of fiercely colorful text, just to say some very rude things, especially about the Eye, their leader.
She was also, at one point, one of the most respected enchanters in the Enclave. She worked on something she refused to name, but was clearly of deep significance to the Enclave itself. Called it the source of all our problems.
Sadly, she only danced around that subject, and never offered details.
We know the Hearthsiders spent years working in Denevron after the Surge. Why do we think Lucia ended up so far from the capital?
It's evident she disagreed with the leaders of the Enclave and gathered others around her who agreed. There's talk of several meetings taking place in the Mire, most likely to be away from prying eyes.
Called her group the Verdant Minds.
Oh, good. I'm gonna have to go to the mire.
Planty.
Or wait, no. That's where I just was.
I like it. It's poetic.
Her workshop was a little brisk, even for my tastes. Any idea why?
If I had to guess, they probably did it on purpose to ward people away.
She was fascinated with Enclave technology, specifically the dismantling, disruption, and repurposing of it.
Remember our talk about the aeroliths and how they could influence the weather? When the effect is accidentally concentrated, it can be quite intense. We suspect she was experimenting with the aerolith in relation to the floods. She predicted their start.
How do those devices I found with her mark on them tie into all of this?
In her final notes, her obsession shifted from the Enclave's leadership to the miasma flood. She was determined to find a way to stop it. On one hand, she looked to the aeroliths as a mitigation. Could they repel the miasma?
In the end, her answer was no. And so she turned to disruption. We think the arcs were tests. Could she shut them down?
And if so, could she shut down something larger?
She was clearly successful at least once. Maybe twice if we count the one outside the Veil.
Indeed, and when we're doing more general questions, that is what we must talk about.
All intriguing information. But we should focus on the flood.
So now we use the machines or the devices that worked, and we put it on the pipes and kill magic forever. Yeah, you probably don't want to do that.
Does she have an answer for us?
Partially. This is the design.
Her research led her to one conclusion. To stop the floods, she needed to disrupt a barrier of some sort.
Ah, the bubble on the guy. 400 gallons of flood. It's a few
This
gallons.
confirms our theory from earlier. She's talking about the barrier established by Asylum.
Her design is detailed and specific. The device it would create inverts the flow of magic in enchanted objects, disrupting them for a time.
We think the devices we found on the Arks were prototypes, small experiments to determine efficacy and duration.
So what's the catch? If the floods are still happening, clearly she didn't build one.
Lucia's thimble, as she calls it, requires some highly specialized components. It has to withstand considerable magical flow, far more than what's produced by an arc.
It's like how mass scales exponentially. Just because you can build a scale model of an aqueduct doesn't mean the real thing can support its own weight.
Thankfully, that supply cache you found has the necessary materials to handle that kind of magical flow.
Oh,
Solar
perfect.
can pick up where Lucia left off then.
Exactly. The other thing we'll need is a source of magical flame. Solar's mantle won't be enough by itself.
I can handle that part easily.
Let's go. I get to fuel the thing.
Okay, so we have clear next steps. Just one more thing. What happened to Lucia?
What the fuck?
The flood. Our best guess, at any rate.
What the fuck is that
No sign
supposed
of
to
her.
mean?
All right. Let's go over everything we know so far.
We know that, for a time after the surge, civilians continued to live in Tenebron until they were forced to evacuate the city. We're still not sure the cause.
Wherever the Hearthsiders went, they're still actively sending scouting groups to scavenge for supplies. From the uniform, the creeper who was watching Bryn sleep belongs to one of these groups. We also know that a defensive procedure codenamed Asylum sealed access to the Enclave underground. This was done using a barrier almost exactly like the Veil.
Lucia, an ex-High Enchantress, opposed Asylum and began working on ways to sabotage it.
Creeper? Minecrafter? Oh, shit! Oh, man!
Her research forecasted that the barrier would cause the Enclave to flood with miasma. The very same flood that seems to have killed Lucia before she was able to finish her thimble.
But we have her design. It could disrupt Asylum's barrier.
So Lucia's thimble is the key to our survival.
It's less a key and more like a magical battering ram.
Whatever works.
What is it, Lane?
It's just... I've pored over all the documents we've compiled, and a concrete link between the evacuation plan and the underground is nowhere to be found.
Lucia not went, huh? Hey Nick, how you doing? Good to see ya. Feel like castle. Boop.
I can't shake the feeling we're missing something.
The Enclave destroyed a lot of information from their documents. Could that be why you can't find a link between Asylum and the evacuation?
I considered that. The Enclave may have hidden their location from Lucia.
Being a weaver isn't about being certain all the time. It's about taking calculated risks to carve a path forward. And regardless of the Hearthsider's location, disrupting the barrier is the only option to stop the flood.
You're right. I just hope that if we did miss something, it doesn't come back to bite us.
Even if it does, we will handle it.
We
That
got
settles it.
this.
Bryn, it's time to use the thimble.
Time to use the thimble.
Thank you for your help with that, Bryn. You've a deft hand for flame magic. You can wear Sev's apprentice hat for one day. Also, Lucia knew what she was doing. This thimble was clearly designed to pair seamlessly with Enclave constructions.
Must be her experience as a High Enchantress at work.
Based on Lucia's notes and what we discovered at the Bastion, this was custom designed to disrupt Asylum's barrier.
If it can stop the flood, we need to use it soon.
Agreed. We don't know how much time we have left.
Custom designed and somewhat volatile enchanting device for disabling the Asylum barrier. Time you can do that, we'll move on to Hightail. Doing good, but kind of sad. I just realized something today that I didn't think about. What's that?
That console that looks like our scry should be the controls for the barrier. The thimble was built to interface with it.
Time to disrupt Asylum.
Open this place. Who the hell is that? We've done it now. What the hell are those? They're not gonna just like go to our camp and stuff, right?
Great timing. I owe you one.
You need to come with me,
The hell just happened?
all of you.
Where to? Unravel a mighty enchantment. Kassidin's hold, seclusion and safekeeping. Alright, so we fucked up. We ruined everything. I had a feeling we were gonna let something out that shouldn't have been.
We mustn't cause a panic.
Since we'll be starting a new job next week, the hours conflict with your stream, so I might not be able to watch you anyway. Aww. Hug, hug, hug.
Sure. It's not like we had a dire supplies shortage on our hands before this happened.
What do I tell the High Enchanter? The Guild will want...
Enough. We won't discuss this further. Not in front of our guests. Identify yourselves.
Aurea Harpenay, or Silverbeak, as I'm known among Weaver circles. This is my band, and beside me is our acting point.
Bryn. And you are?
Khan Staneld, Eye of the Enclave. My colleagues are the Spindle and the Axle, representatives of the Enchanting and Crafting Guilds.
It's the man himself.
Who sent you?
Sent us?
Taza? Renland? Udea? The Enclave is the envy of the Maida for its magical prowess. Clearly one of those nations has finally grown a spine and decided to take it for themselves in our moment of weakness.
Moment. No one sent us. We came here by accident.
Just again, meh. We meant to come here, but not for other countries.
What kind of fool do you take me for? You expect me to believe that you bypassed our veil, infiltrated our loom gates, and breached asylum without a national power backing you?
When you put it that way.
This is a misunderstanding. We're Weavers, like you. There was a brief opportunity to enter the Enclave for the first time in decades, and we took it. Everything we've done since we arrived has been to uncover what happened here after the Surge. And to find you.
If that is true, Have you really no inkling of the trouble you've caused?
No.
Your reckless conduct has unleashed an enemy that nearly destroyed us 27 years ago.
The Surgeborn. They first appeared a little over a decade after the Veil went up.
Where did they come from?
No one knows. But they arrived in the underworks before making their way to the surface.
Where they left a trail of destruction in their wake and wreaked havoc on the Enclave.
Causing casualties to rise.
And so I called for a retreat here, saving countless lives. We sealed the Surgeborn in the Underworks for good. Until now.
Well, you know, had you had someone like let us know beforehand, I mean, you knew we were here, you were watching us. You didn't have to just let us do it. You kind of showed up a little late to stop it.
We've been here a little while now. Don't you think all of this could have been avoided if you'd properly said hello?
She's right.
This is hardly our fault.
Come on now, my guy.
Look, Surgeborn or not, we had no choice but to remove the barrier. Though, I suppose we owe you thanks for warning us about the floods.
Who warned you?
You did.
Did we? I'll deal with you later.
While we can agree Arakin breached no contact protocol, it has proven to be the right decision. The floods were growing worse, and now they have stopped. Even if fixing them has introduced a new problem.
She's cute. Or wait, that's the bird. The other lady's cute. The bird, I feel a little bit weird. Like, Aurea looks great. She looks badass. I love her. This one, though, having the, like, small bird head on the big body makes me feel a little odd.
One my band would be more than happy to help you solve.
Ha! Work together.
Sorry to interrupt, but you mentioned your last name earlier. Any relation to Shireen Harpinay?
She was my mother. You know who she is.
Of course! I mean, before my time, obviously. But she's still renowned in the Enchanting Guild. Her work is remarkable. There's a statue of her in Denevron, you know?
About that, I maybe have broke it a little bit. I might have broken the statue.
Oh. I can't believe she didn't mention that.
Okay, this is a little disappointing. I guess it's like whatever, because like we were just in the field and she mentioned it, and they might assume that we never went there and don't have a check for it, but we literally did see it and she commented on it.
There is so much I'd love to ask you, but for now, Aurea comes from a long bloodline of outstanding and renowned weavers. Shouldn't that buy her band some grace?
Yeah, should have checked for if we had that talk. Yeah.
All right.
All right.
Your presence in the outskirts will be tolerated. Nothing more.
What about the Surgeborn?
What about them?
Shouldn't we work together to deal with them?
We could use the help.
The Surgeborn are a problem for anyone in the outskirts, not us. Cassidan's Hold is a fortress.
The scouts do head into the outskirts to scavenge for supplies.
We'll take our own precautions. Speaking of, we have pressing matters to attend to.
This dude's a dickhead.
But
Enough! My word is final.
Bryn, the one that led us here is clearly the one that warned us. Try to talk to him before we leave. Maybe he's willing to work with us.
Will do.
Is this new camp? Hub 2.0. Oh man, it's even weirder in the model. I I don't like that. It's too short. The head is too small. Organized Chaos reports fabrication tools and a strange skull labeled Tobias. No, not Tobias. Our Strider Scry. Our Strider Scry. Well maintained but clearly often used. Slate board. Powder wood dust but cleaned of anything of significance. I hear oh. Plating and furnace. Plates from arcs carefully labeled for test, presumably. Plate accreditation. The eye attended the eye's university, it seems. Well, duh.
Hey, Arakim, was it?
Oh, just call me Arik.
Well, Arik, I never got a chance to thank you. You know, for grabbing me before I fell to my death.
Oh no, he's hot. Holy fuck, he's hot.
I think you had it. Besides, I couldn't let you plummet into a chasm. The eye is pretty peeved with me, but hey, that's just a bonus.
You and the Eye don't seem to get along very well.
What gave it away? The mutual contempt. The Eye doesn't like anyone who shows initiative or challenges him. Unfortunately, those are my main qualities. And I suspect he perceives them in you, too.
Yeah, I didn't get the impression he's my biggest fan. Will you be in trouble for saving us?
I'd worry if he ever decided to get off his throne and do something about it. But he finds that throne very comfortable.
So, are you glad we're here?
I'm thrilled you're here.
I have to say, I'm surprised.
Oh, yeah. Sorry for all that cloak and dagger stuff earlier. Khan Stanild had me on strict orders not to make contact with your Weaver band. But it was the right call. From what I just saw, your presence here is having an impact.
How so?
Notice how the Axle took my side against the Eye earlier. That never happens. And the Spindle is as quiet as a mouse most of the time, but not today.
Uh-huh. So these are big changes.
It might not sound like much, but they're excited you're here. Stanild can tell too. That's why he backed down so easily. And that's why I'm glad you're here.
He wasn't. The horns were coming through the helmet. He had holes.
So you're not upset that I breached Asylum, like your colleagues?
I've been pushing to do something about the Surgeborn for years now. Setting them free wasn't great, but sealing them in the underworks indefinitely was never a good solution. Frankly, I think Khan Stanild is just annoyed you undid his one claim to fame.
Yeah, they were.
I guarantee he has no plans to do anything about the Surgeborn now that they're free.
You don't think he sees them as a threat?
He's got his head in the sand about a lot of things.
You seem awfully trusting of us, considering the terrible first impression we've made.
I was spying on you the first time we met, so let's call it even.
Sure. Maybe you know everything already then, but have you got any questions for me?
Just one. Why are you here?
I don't think the world needs the Enclave. But also not necessarily about finding my home. Just exploring. No object permanence. It'd be like that.
Growing up, I saw the Enclave as a symbol of what Weavers lost after the Surge. After all, we have no home to return to, and we're pariahs in most nations. But the longer I'm in here, the more I realize how much your people have lost too, and still stand to lose. I'm here to help, however I can.
That is exactly what I was hoping you'd say. If that's truly what you want, then dealing with the Surgeborn is the first step. Ever since the Veil went up, our people have been in crisis. They've spent so long in it, they're afraid to do what it takes to get out. It doesn't help that some have benefited off that same crisis.
Who?
Who always benefits? The very top. Our leaders are too preoccupied with their own concerns to form a unified front against the Surgeborn.
Such as?
I'll take them on all by myself.
The Spindle is obsessed with getting the Arcs functional again. She believes that will help us regain control. And the Axle is too stressed about our supply shortage right now. But if their concerns were handled, they could pressure the Eye to finally address the Surgeborn.
Oh.
That sounds like an opportunity. And are you a representative yourself? Do you have sway?
Representative, yes. Sway? No. I represent the Scouts, meaning I'm at the meetings, but I don't have the title to back me up. The Scouts were once points like you, but our role has changed since the Veil went up. We were effectively drafted into scavenging for food and supplies. It made sense following the Surge, but it's been years. Recently, we've even been separated from Cassidon's hold and the remaining civilians. Anyway, it's the guild leaders who will need to pressure Khan Stanild into dealing with the Surgeborn. That's where my people need your help the most. Then we can start fixing the deeper issues we face.
How about we
Sounds
dethrone
like I've
that
got some palms to
motherfucker?
grease.
Yuck. But yes,
Yuck.
I'll come by your camp later. We'll be able to speak more freely there.
What is that about?
The Eye isn't one for idle chit-chat. That's worth watching.
Talk to you back at our camp.
You got it.
Sev, you all right?
No. I mean, yes. I'm fine.
You sure?
Rin, the rest of us are heading out. See you back at camp.
I got to go.
So what the fuck did that bastard say, huh? Huh? What did you say? The hell you say? Oh, now he's got helmet off. I don't like the angry eyebrows they gave him in the model.
Sir,
Hello, motherfucker.
you,
Me?
Me.
the one causing trouble, the one poking into corners, the one who hasn't the good sense to leave well enough alone.
Had you allowed Arakim to reach out to us sooner, this could have been avoided.
Arakim has a proven record of poor judgment on matters of protocol. I will not be lectured by the person who put us all at risk on how best to handle our security. But I'm being impolite.
Yes.
Let us start afresh, shall we? Please, share what you hope to accomplish by loitering around the hold.
The things I saw pouring out of the underworks are a real problem. It's clear they've been strangling the Enclave all this time. I want to put a stop to them.
The elusive Surgeborn. They are, I will tell you, not so bestial as they seem. There is a cunning in what passes for their eyes. They are dangerous, though perhaps not quite as dangerous as everyone believes.
Meaning?
Meaning you should proceed with caution, and that your confidence in this matter is misplaced.
Like it or not, I'm here to help.
The Enclave stands on a blade's edge. Stretch our resources too thin on risky ventures and we face collapse. Certain elements of our population call for action, for bold purpose. And I ask you, what purpose is bolder than survival?
Think about the long-term survival, not the current survival, buddy.
Well,
Purely rhetorical. We must survive, and we must make considered, careful moves if we are to do so. There is no sacrifice too great towards that goal. You, at least, understand the precarity of our situation. Now understand the necessity of our caution.
I do, but...
Thank you for your time. You may go.
But...
You may go.
What a fucking asshole. I'll kick your ass and shove my boot down your fucking throat.
Before Asylum, all the loom gates were reset so that the Surgeborn couldn't use them to continue spreading. How did you reconnect to the city?
We tracked down a key swatch to Denevron. Found it in the mayor's home in Poldervale.
Your band is quite resourceful.
I think she's a little excited right now.
Dom loves discussing magical theory. He would be thrilled to speak with the Enclave's leading enchantress.
That is tempting. But the Eye wouldn't be pleased if he caught me speaking to your band any more than I have to. No offense, but I should really get back to work.
Oh, I'm taking offense. She's just shy.
Excuse me, but Arakim mentioned you're the Spindle, a leading representative for the High Arcanists.
Oh, yes, that's correct.
Offense thief? What?
We wanted to formally introduce ourselves.
How you doing,
I'm
Telma?
Oria, as you know. This is Dom, our enchanter, and Bryn, our acting point.
We didn't catch your name earlier. Khan?
Just call me Isla. Is there something I can help you with?
We'd actually like to help you. Apparently you want to restore the Arks.
Shh! Not so loud. Sorry, that sounds wonderful, but the Eye won't be happy about us collaborating.
Come on. You must know better than anyone how integral the Arks are to the Enclave. Why let the Eye's political games stand in the way?
I do know that, I mean, and I don't. I do want to fix the Arks, more than anything. I just need you to be quiet about it.
Okay. We'll try, but forgive us if our excitement bubbles over and we forget.
It's Dom. He's the one that might forget.
We know that the Arks began malfunctioning after the Surge. A select few were even sabotaged. Any idea on what caused the other malfunctions?
What do you mean I'm taking offense?
Some theories, but nothing solid. Anyone who knew how to create arcs, let alone fix them, died before I was born. I've tinkered with an inactive arc that's lying near the Grand Gate, but it would make a world of difference if I could study a resonance that was freshly harvested from a great arc's pattern.
Consider it done.
Bryn's got you covered. She has a knack for harvesting great archons.
You'll have it in no time.
If you're sure, I certainly would appreciate it. With discretion, of course.
Right.
We've been talking a while. You'd better go.
High attunement grants visibility which great creature Archon is at the location. To search for Great Arc, check the Loom Gate menu before leaving on an expedition. Okay. Any Great Arc. Bird.
All this wreckage scattered throughout the room. Why haven't you guys cleaned it up?
Khan Stanild ordered us not to.
And that's because he wants to keep it messy?
Correct. Speaking frankly, my impression is that he wanted any visitors to feel as if we were still in a major state of crisis. Though visitors are few and far between. Upper government officials only, all of whom are working from offices with roofs. We are the lucky few over here, it seems. What a privilege it is to work in a building that is open to the weather. I understand the motivation of wanting to wait until we'd found everyone a place to live. But we achieved that 20 years ago. Thousands of survivors rehomed. And yet, I still have to step over puddles to get to my desk.
Poor Burb.
I am simply telling you, as the foremost leader of the Enclave, that I don't want you getting distracted.
Can you clarify what you mean by that?
You know exactly what I mean. Eyes down, know your place.
Dude, I want to fucking rip this dude's throat out.
Focus on your own problems. Organize your little craftspeople. Keep the wheels of civilized society
The
greased.
little crafts people.
And don't dare to presume you know better than me.
If you have a problem with my performance, you are welcome to gather feedback from the people who elected me.
I hate him too.
They may have a clearer understanding of what I bring to the table.
We'll continue this conversation later.
Hirun, Khan Atme. Allow me to formally introduce you to Bryn, the Weaver Band's point.
You're the Axel, right? Arakim says you're a good person to know.
I am. My given name is Harun, as Arakim said, but you may refer to me as Khan Atme. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, despite the circumstances. And I wish they were better circumstances. The new Surgeborn threat requires us to realign our priorities. Some are a little slower on that than others.
If there's anything we can do to move things along, I'm at your disposal.
What about the supply shortage? I've seen her in combat. She's better than any of us.
Oh shit.
What's her help look like? I'd prefer if she could avoid unleashing another apocalypse on us.
Once again, not our fault. Could have warned us.
We didn't bring a lot with us, but if there's anything we can provide to you, our quartermaster, Casmin, will be happy to help. A decade working the maiden shipping lanes turned her hard as Khan steel.
She sounds lovely. But unfortunately, we're supplying 10,000 people, not 7 weavers and their pack beast. And I doubt you'd have enough on your caravan to make much of a difference. Fortunately, there's a silver lining to your Surgeborn mess that could solve the problem.
Count me in.
Right. With the Surgeborn unleashed, we're anticipating casualties and damage to our facilities. However, there's a restricted area in the underworks that we lost access to decades ago when the Eye sealed it. The Institute. An arcane laboratory where the Enclave conducted its enchantment research, among other projects. Inside the Institute lies a significant supply cache. Its contents will be enough to keep us going, for the time being. If the notes the previous Axel left me are accurate, though, there's an additional complication.
Of course.
The Surgeborn secure territory by building structures, akin to insect hives. The Institute is likely overrun with them, and has been for 20-odd years.
So,
The Surgeborn are a long-standing threat to the Enclave.
I wish I were old enough to remember what it was like to live without the fear of the Surgeborn. As a child, I sat awake every night worrying about them. They were terrifying. Knowing what I know now, I should have been even more scared.
I'm sorry you went through that. It must have been horrible.
Thank you.
All the more reason to actually do something about the problem, instead of spending our lives cowering behind the walls of our glorious fortress.
You'll hear no disagreement from me, now that the game board has been upended.
Sounds like I need to clear any Surgeborn hives from the Institute, then.
That'll thin them out enough that my scouts will be able to access the supply cache without much trouble.
Now that Asylum is lifted, we should be able to access the loom gates in the Institute again. I'm gonna trust you with this key swatch. It's been gathering dust for over 25 years.
That's a few years.
Only the Eye would let such a crucial resource sit there for that long.
Yes. If we're clear on everything, I'll get back to work. My list of obligations grows by the minute. Someone has to keep this goddamn fortress running.
What's your history here? Have you been the Axel for a long time?
Why do you care?
You seem like someone who deliberately underplays her hand. I'd hate to play a game of Panjal against you.
All right. I'll take that as a compliment. I was elected to this seat 8 years ago. I've done a good enough job to be re-elected.
What made you decide to run for leadership?
My predecessor was incompetent and took bribes. The guild members tolerated it for a time, but eventually enough was enough. The Eye never seemed to have a problem with it, though.
Of course not.
Do you think he's taking bribes?
You really aren't afraid of asking dangerous questions, are you?
Nar.
I personally haven't seen any evidence of his corruption. He believes in his own judgment too much to accept a bribe. It's easier to bribe the lower-level guild members anyway.
Isn't that a bad thing?
The wheels of society must needs be greased. If they do any more than skim a little off the top, I'll come down hard on them. And that's why I've managed to keep my job. Well, part of why, anyway.
How's your working relationship with the Eye? Is he your superior?
Duh.
He would like to think so. His seat casts the final vote when the council cannot make a decision.
But his seat has more power than that.
Khan Stanield wields power beyond the traditional bounds of the Eye's seat, yes. But he is our savior, so surely he must know better than any of us. Which is to say, he is technically the highest ranked official in the Enclave. But he hasn't faced an election in decades. In contrast, I have, let's call it, popular support.
So, what does an Axel do all day?
It varies. Some of my predecessors have been very hands-on, as befits a representative of the physical trades. That's not my strong suit, though. So I end up with my beak buried in paperwork. Maintaining supply lines, as it turns out, is considered extremely helpful.
That all makes sense? Thanks for taking a moment to talk.
Hey, Kyra. Thank you for the health check. All right. Helm of activity, voices echoing, support staff working on the lower halls of the hold. Institute, Heart of Innovation, known as the Institute, is now accessible via the Loom Gate. Thank you for the head pat.
So, Warrior, what do you make of the Enclave Council?
Their living history. What they've seen, what knowledge they must have preserved. All this time, they've been here, holding down the fort. It's great you've offered to help the Axle and the Spindle. Just be careful you're not going over the eye's head.
Honestly, I've seen his type before, and I don't trust him. He's slippery. We need to respect the leader of the territory we're in, Bryn. He's led the Enclave during a crisis. The rules change. He knows more about the Surge, the Enclave, and arguably even magic. Because while we've been outcasts, he's been here, at the heart of our culture. It's something we need to respect. I'll try.
Good.
Hey, you all right?
I would like to assassinate him.
Yes. There's something I should have told you, so I'll just come out and say it. I was born in the Enclave.
How is that possible?
Oh, luck or tragedy, depending on your perspective. Before I was born, my mother and father lived here happily for several years. But they decided it would be better if my mother raised me with my grandmother and great aunts for the first few months of my life. So she left with me when I was just a hatchling, with every intention to return.
But the Surge happened.
The life I should have had was lost for good. Because of all this, I never knew my father. I don't even know his name.
Your mom didn't tell you his name? Though you probably know something about the Surge he doesn't want to reveal. Probably. Welcome back. Don't burn your tongue.
Is it common for Oberon hatchlings to be raised apart from their fathers?
No, but it is common for extended family to be involved in the raising of children. As you know, I come from a long line of weavers, many of whom traveled in caravans their entire lives. It was apparently quite a shock when my mother fell for a Hearthsider.
So your parents were looking for a compromise when it came to raising you?
Exactly. And I wouldn't trade my childhood on the road. My great aunts and my grandmother made me who I am, after all.
Still, you missed out on your father. It's natural to wonder about him.
I suppose.
Isn't it a little strange your mother never told you his name?
She was separated from him so suddenly. She had no chance to say goodbye. My mother is a strong woman, but whenever I asked about him as a child, she could only manage a few words before her face would crumble.
Aww.
She found it too painful to discuss, and I never wanted to pry.
But now?
I can't help but wish I knew who he was.
Does your family have something to do with your attachment to the Enclave?
Being here has meant a lot in some ways, and in others, it's very different from what I expected. Meeting the Hearthsiders was a lifelong dream, but the circumstances of our encounter, not what I'd envisioned.
Knowing now that this is your birthplace, I can see why that would be disheartening.
This was meant to be my home, after all.
This is definitely a twist. I feel like you could have told me sooner.
I am sorry for that. You need to be able to trust me.
So why hide it?
Talking about difficult and private matters is not my strong suit. And frankly, I rarely see the point in dwelling on the past.
I guess you and your mother have that in common.
You might be right.
So, we're going to find out who your father was.
You would help me?
Fucking duh. Of course, Oria.
Of course. Maybe Lane would have some ideas on where to start.
Actually, I had an idea myself. The spindle mentioned a statue of my mother. It's clear the Enclave commemorated their champions. I can't shake this feeling my father is among them.
You think there's a statue of your father?
I know it sounds strange, but the handful of times that my mother spoke of him, she described him as this great hero. Since she was one herself, is it so crazy to think she might have meant that literally?
Maybe not. I can scope out the statues in Upper Denevron for a resemblance, if that's what you want.
Good.
Good.
And thank you.
Oria, I'm curious. Why the sudden interest in finding out more about your father?
He was trapped in the Enclave my entire life. This is the first chance I actually have to find out who he was.
Right. But I guess what I mean is, you really never tried to find out more from your mother.
I always had this sense that it wasn't something she could discuss. There was a heaviness in the air when his name came up. She was in love with him, and then she lost him in this cataclysmic event that no one could have predicted.
That must have been unimaginably painful.
Yes. She wasn't a tragic figure, though. She carried it well. You'd never know she was in pain. And truthfully, I had such a good life with my mother and my grandmother. It wasn't like I felt he was missing.
Until now.
Until we arrived here, yes. Something about this place just makes it clear how much I've lost because of the surge.
Being here makes me wonder. If the surge hadn't happened,
Mermaid.
would I have been forced to leave home to become a weaver?
Most certainly not. You would have been a valued member of society, not an outcast. Did you have a good relationship with your mother?
I probably take more after my dad than my mum, that's for sure. But I love her all the same.
She gave you a good life then.
Oh, the best. It was hard to leave it behind.
My mother and I had our ups and downs throughout my life too. As daughters get older, we understand our mothers better.
Any chance our mothers understand us better with age too?
She'll come around to the weaving, if that's what you're worried about. She loves you after all.
She does.
You don't know that.
I know that much.
The Hearthsiders look more traumatized than a beast of burden after a hurricane.
What? Why would you say that?
I would think someone who grew up in the wake of war would recognize the signs. Disorganized and unable to triage their own problems. They're overwhelmed. Suspicious of us despite our clear good intentions, suggesting paranoia. And while their leader is in deep denial of the very real crisis the Enclave is in, the others accept it. They've been stewing in turmoil for so long, it's become their new normal. And it's probably more comfortable for them than the prospect of change.
You're right. They do remind me of some veterans back in Carnhaven.
Saw it 1,000 times over while working in Udea. Aurea may not want to hear it, but these people are completely lost in their crisis.
I spoke to Aurea earlier. She certainly does want to give the Eye the benefit of the doubt. I'm not so sure it's warranted.
Aurea has a case of hero worship when it comes to the Enclave. She can be blinded by it sometimes.
Huh.
It's not to say great things didn't. They're fallible.
Oh, well,
Just like us.
didn't mean to do that. She's not entirely wrong, but
Bryn,
like Aurea,
I'm glad you're here. I need to talk to you.
she's not entirely wrong about not pissing off the Eye, but we can't do nothing. I didn't mean to. I'm sorry.
What's going on? You look pretty tired.
Yeah, I'm fine. It's just
So fine.
about those 90 Drake scales. I know Aurea
Oh
said
my
we don't have
god.
them, but she just doesn't understand. It's dangerous out here, you know? Especially now that these Surgeborn are loose. We need to be prepared for anything. It's just gnawing in the back of my head. Do you think you could do it?
You haven't told me why we need them, or better yet, why we need 90.
We want the best gear and weapons, don't we?
So Sola asked for these?
Not exactly. They have other uses too.
I'm not Chupka, you're Chupka. Ow.
Seriously, when's the last time you slept?
Kashar don't need as much sleep as Ashar or Cassel.
But you need some.
It's been a while. Maybe 10 days. Or a week. I'm fine.
I'm guessing Aurea doesn't know you want me to go Drake hunting. Do you really think it's a good idea for us to go behind her back?
It looks bad, but she just doesn't see what I'm seeing.
To be honest, I'm not sure I see it either.
Please, just trust me.
Kaz, you need to tell me what's really going on here. I want to help, but the Drake scales? The Weaver Band is okay. More than okay. We're in the best shape we've been in since we entered the Enclave, now that we've made contact with the Hearthsiders. Besides, the caravan is looking pretty full. It's not making sense.
You think I'm insane?
Oh my god. Please, calm down.
No, of course not.
Era's breath. I shouldn't have brought this up. Ugh. But you just don't understand. Everyone could die if I don't... It would be my fault.
Whatever this is, please just tell me what's going on.
No. I shouldn't have burdened you. Sorry, just go.
No.
But Kaz...
I can't talk about this anymore.
No, I'm not.
Casmin is not okay. And I don't think bringing her more stuff is the answer. I'd better talk to Aurea.
Time to go hunt 90
Kaz,
drakes.
You know you can talk to us about what's going on, right?
Nothing's going on. I'm fine, I promise.
You don't seem fine, though.
It's just... No one seems to understand how important the Ashpeak Drake skills are, and... Bad things are going to happen if we don't... You know what? I just can't talk about this right now. I'm sorry.
Alright, chat. Time to go hunt 90 drakes.
What's going on with the caravan?
What are you talking about?
You've got the shutters closed, even though it's practically bursting with supplies.
Just doing some reorganizing.
Oh my god, she's becoming a hoarder. She doesn't want to give the supplies, she just wants to have them. We cut time for that. I'm gonna finish talking to everyone.
Hey, Aurea. About Casmin.
I know. I'm worried too. So is the rest of the band. Let's talk at the archive, privately. I'll join you and Lane in a moment.
All right.
Sola.
That wasn't exactly the warmest welcome. I'm guessing the Enclave Council isn't your biggest fan right now.
Nope. I'll win them over. I've got charisma.
What's not to like? So I let some nasty creatures loose. There's no bad impression my charms can't overcome.
And if they fail you now, there's a first for everything.
Then I'll roundhouse kick those Surgeborn back to the Underworks.
Whatever the Council thinks of you, I'm glad you're trying to help them. I think they could really use it.
Yeah.
Yeah. They don't seem to be in great shape.
Nothing our daring point can't fix.
And then, Sev and I realized we might be able to repurpose the carapace for more than just loon gates.
Uh-huh.
Purely theoretical right now, but I'm contemplating tangle-resistant gear, or even a protective layer around the caravan.
Dom, I'm a little busy trying to look over these Tarmakine schematics again. Do you mind coming back later?
Oh, okay. You're right. We can discuss theoretical magic anytime. I'll leave you to your work.
Oh. Hey, Bryn.
Everything all right?
Everyone's so sad and
Things
it
between you
makes
and
my
Dom
heart hurt
seem
too.
Off lately.
Yeah, a bit. I'm not sure he understands what my work on the Tarmakine smithing techniques means to me.
Have you told him how you're feeling?
It feels like he's so wrapped up in his own discoveries that he's not hearing me.
He is easily distracted, but maybe you should try again. If there's one thing I know about Dom, it's that he loves you. He must care about your feelings.
Then why isn't he asking about them? Sorry, this isn't on you. I'm just frustrated. I need to do more than just tell him what Tarmakind means to me.
How so?
I need to show him. By investigating Tarmakind practices, maybe I can make some headway on restoring these techniques. Then he'll understand.
Hey, I'm always down to investigate lost knowledge. Especially in the name of love.
You'll help me?
Of course.
Amazing. I'll ask the Axel if she knows anything about Tarmakind smithing in the Enclave.
Great idea. I'll meet you at Cassidon's Hold.
Let's go. Hey, Sev.
So, what were you speaking to the Eye about?
Nothing. I don't want to talk about it.
This one sounds important, my
I
guy.
didn't mean to pry. I just wanted to make sure you're okay.
You want to know if I'm okay?
Yes?
Then how come no one is at all concerned with the fact we can't leave?
Sev, we're working on it.
This isn't my life. Traveling with the Weaver Band was supposed to be temporary. For me, at least. There are things I should get back to in Tarza. And it's increasingly clear No one has any idea when I will, if ever. So no, I'm not okay.
I'm so sorry. I had no idea you were feeling this way. You're right.
I am?
The truth is, we don't know how or when we're getting out of here. But if you want to leave, we should have made that more of a priority. Or at least made you feel more heard. So we'll work on it. Promise.
Really? What's the catch?
There is no catch. You're a friend.
No catch. Apprentice or full-time weaver, what's important to you is important to all of us.
I don't know what to say,
Oh, he blushing.
but thanks.
I want to give Sev scritchies. He's a good boy.
Making yourself at home?
Yes. I've always wanted my own ruined fountain. I don't want to presume, but being here is a nice break from all the politics.
And the eye is okay with that?
I convinced him I would be keeping an eye on you. Frankly, I think he's just glad to be rid of me. I ask the kind of questions that make him uncomfortable. You know, tough ones like, how? And why exactly?
Lucky for you, Aria loves when people ask those questions. Welcome to the camp, Eric. We're glad to have you, and your insight on the Hearthsiders.
You still call us that?
Yeah, but it's more bitter these days. Surge and all. Maybe together we can fix that.
Let's.
How are you settling in, Eric? Things going well?
Good. Yeah, they're fine.
Just good?
No, not really. Something's going on at the hold, and it's making the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. The Eye publicly scorched you for opening up Asylum, and yet I've heard him telling the Spindle that this could be a good thing. Meanwhile, the runners are stretched paper thin keeping supplies moving, which, of course, leaves my people no time to deal with actual threats.
Sounds like you could use some help. What's the problem?
Really? Oh, dancing winds, where to start?
God, I'm taking up so many tasks.
No, wait, I know. The Spitfires. A particularly aggressive group seems set on spreading through Denevron. In particular, they're building nests in some areas I was hoping to use as training grounds, but we had to pull out due to the risk.
Would the areas be safe if I took care of the nests?
Yes, though the nests are very durable. They will turn brittle if you get them cold enough.
Consider it done. Anything else?
Maybe an odd request. Could you ask Oria if I could power the scry while you're tackling them?
Why not ask her yourself?
I feel like I have a lot to learn from Oria and how she works with you. And it's strangely intimidating to admit that to her directly.
She is a force of nature. I get it.
Oh, make him ask himself. Oh.
Thanks again for offering to talk to Oria for me. It's genuinely exciting to learn from someone new for once. Our community's pretty insular.
Well, that was a short conversation.
It might sound callous, but I'm a little disappointed in the Hearthsiders.
Aren't we all?
They're in worse shape than any of us expected.
They've done so little to repair the wonders that surround them. How can a society once renowned for its genius become so far removed from their own innovations? It makes me question if they were ever as great as we all believe they were, or if it was just...
Some myth to keep weavers going after the surge.
Exactly. Something for us to believe in, whether or not it was true.
There is probably a mix of truth and legend in our stories of the Enclave. Nothing's black and white. Isn't that always the case in history?
Yes, I suppose this could have been expected, but it's rare we have a chance to confront history in person like this.
I mean, there's no denying that what we have seen is a marvel.
I'm just not sure what to think anymore.
Bryn, I have to say, I'm a little concerned about you.
About me?
Me? Why's that?
I don't think you know what you're getting yourself into with the Enclave Council. You're not just helping them, you're diving headfirst into their political affairs.
Lane, if I can fight an Archon 10 times my size, I can handle a little bureaucracy.
That's exactly my point. I was raised in the midst of political schemes and intrigue.
Yeah, they're a little bit different.
There's always something unsaid or underhanded at play beneath the surface. Just be careful. That's all.
You won't find Oria's father running amid statues, you know? What do you mean?
You know what's most likely to get in the way of tracking down one's lineage? Family. A scholar wants to trace a family line to find connections between key historical figures? No problem. A living relative wants to find their great-grandfather using some oh-so-precious family heirloom? What a headache.
Why?
A scholar is objective. They have no emotional attachment to the family line, no sense of self wrapped up in the results of their study.
And you're saying Oria does?
I'm saying she needs to expand her search beyond Weaver heroes. She's not searching for family there, she's seeking identity. And without objectivity, her search will turn up nothing.
I mean, it's her father. Of course she's emotionally attached. How could anyone expect otherwise?
No one could, of course. All I'm saying is, don't be surprised if there is more to this than what Ori is letting on.
I'll keep that in mind.
Food for thought, at least.
She's very chatty
One of the
today.
greatest tragedies of the Surge is the
Hey,
loss of
Altiason, how you
stories.
doing?
The Enclave might not be that old, but with so many dead to the Surgeborn, their memories most certainly died with them.
I can understand that.
Oh?
My parents' generation tend to stay quiet around the fire. Whatever stories Khanhanders had were beaten out of us by public lashings and prison camps. And we haven't had time since independence to start telling new ones.
Ah, yes. Bryn of Carnhaven. I almost forgot.
Damn.
Wait, like what Dom called me? You were listening?
I always am. Habit-born of a Udean upbringing, I suppose. But, yes. I suppose the similarities are there, aren't they? A population whittled down by catastrophe. Stories lost. Did you ever have the urge to press a little harder? To try and learn just one or two stories? Even if it was painful for the person telling them?
Honestly, in that case, I'm happy to let the past lie. If I didn't want to look forward, I wouldn't have left to join Aaron's Weaver Band. And I wouldn't have ended up here. So I'm here to live new stories, not to dwell on the past.
I understand the drive. But do you think perhaps you might have been running from the grief too? Not to make assumptions, but it can't have been easy growing up in a culture steeped in such loss.
There's joy in freedom. And even though that's what independence promised, I didn't feel like I had that at home.
I understand. The physical chains are gone, but the mental binds remain. Perhaps our presence can help the denizens of the Enclave avoid the same trap.
I hope so.
Oh god, okay. The Eyes University, the Enclave leveraged its considerable wealth and influence to become a premier destination in many ways, but the Eyes University was one notable weak point, falling far behind most of the rest of Maida's institutions in prestige. From research on contemporary sources, it is clear that the university was strapped for funding. Several accounts mention fiscal resources being redirected in favor of bringing new specialists into the Guild of Enchanters. We are in possession of several petitions to move the university properly into Denevron, all denied, citing concerns over available space and rowdy students spoiling the peace. While the Eyes University allowed study in a reasonable breadth of subjects, it clearly suffered from a lack of interest, pride, and funding. For comparison, the Collegium of Varentia, even after Eudia's crisis, would put the Enclaves to shame, and to set aside my personal biases, I would make similar claims of the Academia Rolith in Taza, Sansa's Scholara Imperium, or even the High Seminary of Renland and Dancast, though the latter's approved fields of study are obviously more limited than others. Udian Federation. The Udian Federation is a collection of city-states bound together by cultural norms, defensive alliances, and ironclad trade agreements. Located at the southeast extent of the Maida, the Federation's current territory stretches from the ocean almost to the walls of the Enclave itself. The Grand Houses of Udia's most powerful all face east across the water. It is official history that our people's origins lie across the ocean, though none have been able to make the return journey to prove it. Astute readers will notice the use of our. This is because your humble lorekeeper hails from these very islands. I hail from a minor family based in the Udian trade hub of Varentia, a city considered the shining jewel among our many islands, though that label is itself controversial. Hey, Sai, how you doing? Udia's historical wealth comes from its long-term control of the Maida shipping lanes, with a stranglehold on with a stranglehold on the most efficient way to transport goods in a timely manner. The Udian merchant navy profited greatly. That is, until the surge. The primary effect of this disaster on Udia was the sudden overload of the Enclave's weather manipulation technology, causing furious storms to lay waste across the Maida. Udia's merchant fleet, complacently built with durability low on the priority list, fared poorly. Much was lost. Now, decades after, Udia has failed to recover to its former heights, and the balance of power across the Maida has shifted. Dawnbrenna controls the sea, operating the Udian relief efforts. The once mighty houses squabble for scraps as the needy go hungry, and the scions of these families might just be tempted to disappear in the night, leaving no trace. Cassidon's Hold. Formerly acting as the Enclave's northernmost military outpost, Cassidon's Hold now hosts the remnants of the population of their government. At first glance, one might not suspect this windswept citadel to be the last bastion of the Enclave, but with a quick analysis revealing easily defensible approaches and enough arable land to feed its small population, it is clear why it was chosen. At the heart of the hold is the Chamber of Ira, a former legal library repurposed as the Enclave's seat of power. It is in this room that the Enclave's elected leaders hold office, and where we found ourselves being lectured by the aforementioned leaders after undoing their asylum project. Time shall tell whether forgiveness is on the cards for this. In the meantime, I do find myself wondering why they have left the ceiling open to the sky all these years. How kitty Sai?
It's safe to say Casmin hasn't been acting like herself. She's always been tightly wound, but this is something else.
Bryn, she seems more open with you than most. Can you describe in detail what's abnormal about her behavior?
She's begging me for more supplies, even though the caravan is chock full.
Not that we could tell because she's covered it up.
More than that, she just seems distressed. She's always talking about worst-case scenarios, and lately it's like
Pat, pat, pat.
she's convinced we're all going to die.
I have heard rumors of abnormal behavior developing in Kashar that could be linked to this.
What kind of rumors?
In polytheistic beliefs that are pervasive in the southern part of the Maida, there is an affliction known as Ira's Plague. The sufferer is haunted by twisted visions of death and pain. The goddess of justice, Ira, won't allow the sufferer inner peace until they repent through scrupulosity.
What?
Scrupulosity? What is that exactly?
Oh, my apologies. I forget most people don't follow UD in eschatological study. Scrupulosity can be best described as a series of repetitive acts that one is compelled to do. For example, if Casmin is plagued by relentless images of our band dying from exposure,
She might send our point out over and over again to retrieve supplies.
yes, in order to dispel the horrific visions.
Are you seriously suggesting Casmin is... what? Possessed?
Of course not. I'm confident that this is merely a stigmatized phenomenon that could not be explained through facts or science. So the populace explained it through religious folly instead.
Any ideas what facts could explain it?
Not yet.
I didn't realize Casmin was spiritual. Is she really trying to hide these visions from us?
Though not devout herself, Casmin grew up with a strict Ashar mother.
You're right, she did.
It's possible Casmin's affliction was a point of shame or contention between them. Perhaps she fears rejection if she shares her experience with us.
Kashar. What does Ira's plague have to do with them?
While most see Kashar as a celebrated merging of the two cultures, some fringe sects disagree. They believe the wider lineage simply leads to more ancestral sin that must be atoned, and thus only Kashar can be afflicted.
Really? Where do you land?
The concept of impure lineage is clearly hogwash, but I suspect the affliction could somehow correlate to the Kashar's unique physiology.
What the fuck? Oh my god, Meg. Baka.
All right. Casmin is suffering. We need to do something about it.
Yeah, we have to save the waifu.
And preemptively? No exorcisms?
As I said, this is likely nothing more than a condition that has been stigmatized by religion. A scientific explanation must exist, and thankfully, we are in the heart of progressive thinking.
You think the Enclave could have done research on this?
Makes sense. Where should I start looking?
The steps in the upper city is where I'd start. Between the main building of the spire and the atrium used to stand a school for alchemists. From your explorations, the surge hit that area pretty hard, but some of the building may still be standing.
Great. What am I looking for?
Maybe the name of someone who suffered like Casmin, or a healer who treated the condition. If you find someone like that, you'll want to search the areas of the city where they spent time. Ira's plague is wildly misunderstood across the Maida. If we could find a treatment, it could help more than Casmin.
You're right. I'll start with the steps, then expand my search.
Alright. Time to go hunt 90 drakes. Oh. Okay, hold on.
Hi, Aurea. I am here on behalf of Arakim.
That's weirdly formal. Everything all right?
He finds you intimidating. Personally, I don't see it, but I thought I'd be extra polite for his sake.
He does. Good. What does he want?
He's wondering if he could power the scry while I run an errand for him. He's hoping you'll give him tips.
Happily. But feel free to tell him I was a bit scary, to keep him on his toes.
Good news. It was tough going, but I managed to convince Madame Silverbeak to take you under her wing.
Madame Silverbeak. Wins. I'll wear my good socks. I've coordinated lots of operations from Cassidon's hold, but I never had much formal training. More self-taught. A chance to learn from someone with decades of experience is an incredible opportunity. I'll be there with you then, when you get close to the nests. They're in the Bastion's yard and Envoy's Landing in Upper Denevron.
Hi, Cutie Cyray. How you doing? Good to see ya. Sorry. I'm unsure if it wants me to harvest the thread or just kill it. We'll kill it and we'll see. Yeah, it does say harvest. How's Eternal's racing going? Is good. I'm doing okay. I'm tired.
Remember, Grim, the spindle needs you to harvest a resonance from one of these massive arcs.
Alright, harvest it is. Come here.
Bring the strand to Isla on our behalf.
Perhaps this will be enough to dispel her nerves.
Only one way to find out.
No shot. Wait a minute. Oh my god, farming has gotten so much easier. What? less loot for some stuff overall. Yeah, but I got 2 of the golds, which is the same as if I killed it. Hold on. Uh, I'll probably still kill. EP is strong lately, it really is. On to the next one. I do need your leather. You're gonna be... I want to be at the spire. Hopefully I haven't forgotten all of my memory of him.
Aurea thinks her father could have a statue in the Enclave just like her mother. So...
God damn it.
A male Oberon that fits our
We can
timeline.
deal with it. We can still fight. The EP is contagious. I am sorry. I guess I'll start by going over there. I know he does wander into that spot. Stop that. It's so cool how much, like, different the map looks with the different extreme weathers. Yo, it looks like even his wheels are icy. And that just means EP Cuddle Pile. Let's go! Oh, he's brokey.
Huh. This statue does depict an Oberon, but it's impossible to tell who it is.
Maybe there's another statue that isn't damaged.
I'll keep looking around the city.
Well, that didn't tell me where to go. Okay. No hints, just gotta look. Got it. Ow. fucking dummy. All right. Freeze the guy. Train. Oh. What you gonna do, huh? What you gonna do, huh? Gonna bite me? No, you're not. Ow. Where you going, huh? Where you going? Oh. Get out of here, robot. This doesn't concern you. God damn it. Got him. Train. I need a huge blanket prop for my model. Get me one done. I've been reminded of the existence of the Tesla semi and I feel anger. Yeah? Why does that anger you so much? Alright. So. We've got to find a statue of a bird. What the hell are you doing, guy? All right. Mainly because ugly? That's fair. That's definitely Tesla's thing. God, my power level has increased so much. It's over 9,000! Wait. Would the bird statue be over here? No. Oh no. Well, that happened. Hmm. Oh shit. I can bring so many. Hey Ellie, how you doing? Good to see ya. Yeah, Rise guy. I think that guy thing Nicole gave us a material we haven't seen before. Oh, maybe? I don't think any of those materials were new. You're alive? Well, I hope you get to be better than alive. There's something behind these bushes. No. Okay. I heard the shining. The fact that we're withstanding this cold is pretty huge, by the way. Get all this fucking ice out of here. Get it out of here. I don't want it. Don't need it in my house. We shall transcend humanity, yes, yes? Oh, good, okay. Plunged into the miasma, yup. Yum. Ah, there is something here I'm after. Compile research. Fucking bug. Yeah, like, pretty much killed itself there.
Not much of this building left.
Detailed set of
Looks like a
research
friendly
papers.
day.
Titled.
This tome is titled Disordered Thinking and Mental Anguish.
Oh.
Looks like it says a herbalist in the market found success treating a variety of patients suffering from these types of afflictions. Better search the market next.
The market. That would be in Lower Denevron. Transcend all. Become crab. Shit, you're right. Become crab. Alright, let's see. Still looking for a bird statue. Wait. Lower the Nevron or the Bastion. Ah, okay. Alright. So with the Axle. Upper the Nevron Envoy's Landing. Okay. Envoy's Landing. Way over there. What was that? Okay, that's just the portal. Get this shit out of here. It's too cold for this shit. Crab. Maybe I should get a crab model sometime. Wham. Oh, it sure is cold right there.
Getting close now.
Get out of here.
Flames. You'll have the edge as the cold
Get outta
air will
here.
keep their flames from spreading. You'll need to freeze the hives. They're spongy and resistant to damage unless you can make them brittle.
That's more like it. Work with the scribe.
Bum 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 bum. All right. It's funny that he says all that when I can just grab him. Boom, that's gone. I kind of wish it wasn't that easy, but you know, what are you gonna do? Come here, bug. Fucking murked them. Ow, 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 fire. Stop it. Jesus Christ. I feel like it should pick up the nest but not destroy it so they'll still spawn until it... I agree. Was that the only one? Because they didn't comment on it. Ow. Cold. Infestation. Okay, yeah. We finished it, they just didn't care. Let's go this way. Ouch. Each fucking temperature here. Ow. Oh my god, please. Oh, so many fire things. This wasn't quite the right way anyway. Hip hip. Hooray. Ah, how dare you go up there? I can't reach you. If only I was an archer. No. Ah. Leave me be, foul beast. Bum 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 bum. Oh shit. They're here. And they're queer. Surgeborn. Surgeborn are covered in armor that regrows when exposed to tangles. Ah. Once their armor is broken off, they become immune to physical damage but exceptionally weak to heat and freezing. Ah. Can I just break the armor off? Or rip it off? No. Okay, alright. I'll just do that. And then that. Because there's already ice there. Fucking wrecked. Calm seal. Husk fragment. Okay, that one's new. Took a lot of damage there, but he didn't. Ow. That hurt. Nuh-uh, get back here. I'm not done with you. I feel like their materials are going to be just protective if they're so weak to elements. Then again... Ow. If I'm making it out of their armor, though, I guess... I like that they're two-stage enemies. Sire. Allow me to go to... How? Stuff started. Okay. How do I go to Cassidon's Hold? Is that here in Archon's Heart? No. In the Institute? No. What? Um, how do I get there? I'm fucking blind. I'm dumb. I'm so fucking stupid. No use, Ire.
A resonance. Freshly pulled from an arc's pattern, as requested.
Maybe. I don't know.
By the flames! You can't be serious. This is incredible. You know, great archons weren't built with patterns. They formed. This will propel my research faster than...
What is this about?
Nothing.
Is that so? Then why is this rogue point harvesting archons for you?
He's not gonna take well the conflict.
Fuck you!
It's my fault. I was just hoping Isla could tell me more about their patterns.
Nice try. You weren't here 5 minutes before Isla roped you into her project. One that I have forbidden my daughter from pursuing.
Daughter?
The reason you didn't want me studying active arcs was because it was too dangerous to harvest one.
I can't believe this man had a woman.
But Bryn offered to do it for me.
Someone let him fuck
None
her.
of our people were put at risk.
Hey Bath, how you doing?
The reason I didn't want you researching arcs is because I ordered you not to.
Nah, that ain't a reason why.
Not as your father, but as the leader of the Enclave. This insolence and disrespect will not be tolerated. You will drop this obsession at once, Isla. For good.
Hey, are you?
I can't be seen speaking to you about this subject anymore. I'm sorry.
But
I need to get back to work. Goodbye.
I need to kill him.
I really can't discuss the arcs with you. Not here.
don't worry. I understand. I just didn't realize that Khan Stanold is your father.
I'm so sorry for your loss.
Admittedly, I wasn't the most forthcoming about that.
Why hide the fact that the Eye is your father?
No. Everyone knows. That's kind of the problem. My father has been in power a long time. And obviously, being his daughter has come with its privileges. But I can't ignore the whispers that I haven't truly earned my role. And at times, I worry they're right.
So, when you had the opportunity to work with us on your own terms...
I took it. I'm sorry. This probably looks bad.
Are you all right after that argument?
He's been on edge lately.
Since our band arrived.
That didn't help, but our relationship hasn't been great since I became the Spindle. At first, he was thrilled when I was elected, but you're just not seeing him at his best right now. Please, don't judge him too harshly.
Too late.
I'll try not to. But you didn't answer my question. Are you all right?
I'm fine.
Sure.
I know we're not supposed to talk about the A word, but they're your passion. Why is your father so against you pursuing your research?
He says they're dangerous.
Right. But so are a lot of things in the Enclave.
I never knew my mother. I was born just before the retreat to Cassidon's Hold. When my research touched a nerve, he finally told me that she had died in an arc attack on the upper city. He wants me to steer clear of them, but he just doesn't see their potential. Yet.
You said he's not at his best. What does a good day look like for him?
Glad to hear, Bath.
I know it's hard to see it, but he is an amazing father. My childhood was wonderful. Growing up in Cassidon's Hold wasn't easy, but he made it fun. No matter how intense his job became, he made time for me. Playing dress-up, reading to me before bed, or, as I got older, teaching me the basics of weaving and enchanting. He was my best friend and confidant. I could always tell him anything.
Do you still tell him everything, even now?
A lot has changed. But I have to believe he's still the same father I grew up with.
Poor thing.
Just know that when it comes to our Weaver Band, we believe that our contributions are what defines us.
That's comforting. For what it's worth, I did enjoy working with you. But that's in the past. I should get back to my duties.
Kill him. Murder him dead. Murder. Die. Undeath. Hello.
Oria's father is unlikely to be a Casil woman. Besides, when it comes to nurturing parental figures, Ramanos's shrewd eye for politics isn't what comes to mind.
Hi.
Need I remind you that your access to Cassidon's Hold is restricted?
Oh. I didn't mean to intrude.
You would do well to mind yourself, newcomer, or risk losing the privilege of coming to Cassidon's Hold entirely.
What a bastard. What are you hiding behind that door?
Arakim, we will be having a discussion to clarify the meaning of no contact protocol.
Of course. Can't stand out.
Bryn, you brought your talented smith. To what do I owe the pleasure?
I was wondering if you might have any information on Tarmakine's smithing practices within the Enclave.
I'm not well versed in Tarmakind myself, but I recall one smith who hoped to make the techniques more widespread prior to the surge. You could try searching the guild district in Hydenevron for a registry.
Sola is actually hoping to restore the lost art herself. Anything else I could look for that might help her?
The Smithing Guild also had an extensive library. You might find a tome on Tarmakind that could be useful while you're there.
Thank you so much.
I admire your ambition. What you're hoping to achieve is no small feat.
If anyone can
Cookies.
do it, it's Sola.
No stuff. No chupcat. You're chupcat.
I don't know about that.
I can believe it. Good luck in your endeavors.
I like both of those characters, but just not fucking dickhead, bro. Anyway. Did someone say there's a Ash Peak Drake in the Bastion? I happen to need to go to the Bastion. That was a little rude, but that's okay. All right. We've got a bird to hunt. A flappy lizard. The hell? Somewhere around here, there's also another bee nest. Or wasp nest. Probably over there. Didn't even see you, bro. Didn't even get out of here. Get out of here. Go fight that. Go fight that.
Perfect. That should be the last of them. Appreciate the chance to test run your scribe.
Well, that was easy. No, he's gone. What the hell? Oh, no, he's not. Okay, good. Yes. What the hell? Oh Lord, he's trying. One of 90, yep. Ow. Good night, Sir Draker. Ah. Ow. Motherfucker. Get out of here. Oh shit, let's go. Oh my god, he littered us with I could come. I could come. We're gonna have those 90 skills in no time. I'm legitimately wondering if, like, it will register if we do bring 90 of them to her. I hope so too. I thought he was fucking dead. Actually, we do still have something to do here. I get to just absolutely bully enemies now. What do we need to do here? Statue in Lower the Nevron. Oh, see how Sev is faring. Destroy Surgeborn hives near expansion cavern 36. Oh, expansion cavern 36 is 3. Okay, alright. I guess we don't have something to do here. Okay. I love it too, Jesse.
Bryn. Hi, Zola. Everything okay?
Oh, yes. Welcome back. It's good to see you safe. Could we talk when you have a moment?
Of course.
Of course.
Of course. Sev! Sev, I'm here for you! You're not Sev. What?
You wanted to talk? Mm-hmm. Can you walk with me?
Why all the mystery, Lady Smith?
In a word, I'm worried.
About...
Sev, he's been acting strangely. Has been since we met the Hearthsiders at the hold. He's going there a lot in off hours, and he honestly looks a little exhausted. Dom, of course, stays up later than us and says he's often slipping away.
Have you asked Sev what's wrong?
I have, and he waves it off every time.
Right. What do we do about it?
Sev has completely cut me off. But you know how I tease Lane for watching us all the time? Maybe that will pay off here. I hate this cloak and dagger stuff.
You do? You seem pretty good at it.
Talk to Lane for me. I'm sure they've seen what Sev is doing, but maybe they also have a guess at why he's acting so odd. Okay, let's go back before anyone gets nosy. And if Sev asks, blood moon cycle. Not sure if Ram blush, but he sure does.
Got it.
Just lady talk. Slime. Meow.
We need to talk about Sev.
Wait, you know why I'm here?
I'm a keen observer, and you have no Pangel face. Also, Solar has many strengths, but subtlety is not one of them. Sev, however, is somewhat more adept at hiding things. He's been moving back and forth between here and the hold quite regularly. Let me ask you something. Did you notice anything odd when you were at the hold?
There was a moment when Sev approached the Eye to speak alone.
Ah. That confirms my suspicion, then. Have you noticed that Sev and the Eye wear a similar symbol?
I had not.
The symbol looks to be a stylized... well, I'm not sure, but I think it's something akin to a water wheel. I don't recognize it myself, but given the Eye is wearing it, the Enclave might have some record of that particular symbol.
The archives in the Spire might have something. Though I'd rather just ask Sev.
Given his secrecy about this whole affair, I can't imagine he will be forthcoming.
Good point. And yet... Either way, time for a little investigation. Hey, Big Eye. Everything okay?
Yes, mostly. I was wondering if you had a moment sometime. I might need your help.
You know you can count on me, Sev. I'll come see you when I have a moment.
Thank you, Bryn. I'll be at my usual place.
What is our big bear up to?
You know, I've been curious about something.
Oh, I know this one. A soft cloth and some ergon seed oil.
I'm sorry, what?
You... weren't asking about tusk care? Everyone eventually asks.
Spirits, no. But that's intriguing. I was wondering about that symbol you wear. With the wheel?
Oh, that's just a family heirloom. Of sorts. Thought it looked nice, is all.
Just thought it looked nice.
I'm so sorry, Bryn. Just remembered, I have to move some things for Aurea. Maybe another time.
Right.
You said you needed some help, Sev? What's up?
Have I ever told you how I envy your clarity, Bryn?
How so?
Maybe I'm just romanticizing it, but you seem like someone who's always known what you wanted to do. To be.
I was born in the tail years of a liberation war, Sev. It never made sense to me that I couldn't be anything I wanted. So I just decided.
I wish making decisions came so simply to me.
God, same.
Perhaps
Thank you for the hydrate.
you can give me pointers when the time comes. Anyway, I've been working on a side project to help the Hearthsiders, and I'm having trouble sourcing some rarer components.
What are you working on?
I can't say much, but I can tell you it's a project authorized by the Eye himself.
That revelation would carry more weight if he weren't an ass.
I know he can be abrasive, but he's got a plan. Says he's been working on it for years.
Do the Axel or Spindle know about this plan?
I'm honestly not sure. I don't think they have details, no.
But you do?
He's sworn me to secrecy. But I promise you, Bryn, it's nothing against us.
You're sure?
I know I come off as a pushover, but I know when to hold my ground, and would never harm this group, Bryn, I swear on my tusks.
Do we trust Sev?
If the Hearthsiders are asking for your help, can't they provide what you need?
The survivors are strapped. Their supplies have been dwindling for years now. I'm sure before the Surge they would have had rare materials in reserve, but those days are over. So, I have to ask for your help.
I'm game, but I want you to know I have reservations. The Eye hasn't exactly been helpful to us.
I completely understand. I'm probably crossing some lines, but I'm glad you're hearing me out. I've put together a schematic and I'll leave it with Solar. The majority of the asks are reasonably mundane. It's just...
Oh no.
well, I need some particular secretions from a glass tail.
Why is it never onions?
He sounded like he was trying not to laugh.
You know, small, green, distinct lack of talons. Never flash freeze you into an icy prison, though I suppose both can make you cry. I'm kidding, Sev. I'll see what I can do.
I think we'll hold off on doing that one for now. Until we learn more about his circle. But there is a Drake in Dredger's Mire. Gotta go fast. Well. Get that thing out of here. Cowabunga! Break them wings. Kick the asses. Where are you taking me? Damn it. Every time. Ow. What the hell did I stick to his horn? What the fuck? Ouch. Holy fuck! Right, I'm murdering again. One way in down. Give me all those. Give me all those scales. Give me those, give me those. We're gonna be at 90 in no time. No time flat. Alright, now. Big lizards. 'Cause I've only fought them once, and I want more of their stuff. Come here! Give me your body. Give me your skin. I'm dead. We're not dead. Let's just use one of those. You know what? Probably immune to cold, but he's gone. Oh shit! Got him. Got him. Onward to the next Drake. Now who wants to talk to me? Oh, right, I forgot to talk to you. My bad.
Eric, you don't think you could have mentioned that the spindle is the Eye's daughter?
That's her business to share.
Yes, but it would have been nice to know I was helping his daughter rebel against him.
Instead of helping his unrelated colleague undermine him.
Wow. Mean. But fair.
Your intervention definitely had an impact, though. A number of enchanters immediately started pushing for more. More expeditions, more studies of the Surgeborn, you name it. That's the kind of pressure the Eye was hoping to avoid.
Oh my god, Nick.
But I think him blowing up was a misstep. If I had to guess, the Axel started the rumors.
Do you think that's what Isla wanted?
No. She just wants to keep her head down and not have people focus on the I-father thing. And frankly, I get it. If Khan Stanild were my dad, I'd take it to the grave.
Okay. But if I'm walking into any more deadfalls, a heads up would be nice.
I promise. Unless it's someone's private business.
When we first met at the harness, you were very brusque. All of you, and so on. How come?
Snap decision. I was there to warn you and suddenly my earpiece activated. Someone was watching me on the scry.
You think it was the Eye?
I do. He'd made some comments about previous off-the-books expeditions I'd done, such as the one where I slipped your band a warning about the flood. So, I kept up the front as best I could.
Do you need to sneak around him a lot?
To get things done, I often have to cut through all the rules and limitations. For example, your help is making things happen. The Eye's planning something, but no one's telling me what.
There's a Corsair, then his wings will break themselves. Oh my god.
I'm not sure the spindle or the axle even know. I'd guess we're all going to be handed orders and expected to deliver on a moment's notice.
I want a bigger vulture. I want a medium multi-crew vulture.
The Eye always claims he's protecting the people by sharing on a need-to-know basis. What do you make of it?
The hermit crab.
It really depends. Leaders have to make a call of how much information can be too much. My mother always said that perspective prevents panic.
I'll go medium salvage, give it. If only.
Not everyone has the right context to understand things might not be as dire as they seem when bad news spreads.
Can't believe they gave us a worse vulture instead.
How do you decide who has enough perspective then?
I could have been okay with a ugly ass misc salvage ship if it was a medium, but no, it's just a worse version of the vulture.
It really comes down to picking who gets the info and expecting them to handle it. People rise to the occasion more often than not.
What if they can't handle it though?
Sometimes people need to sink or swim. And then you can help the ones who really need it.
Very, very slightly, yeah.
You've given me a lot to think about.
But
I
I
should
think
get back to looking
it's
over
worth
these reports though.
more. I think it's worth just going the little bit more to get the vulture.
Sounds like your work with Isla was a smash success.
Not exactly. She seems less willing to talk to us than ever.
Yeah, I wouldn't be so sure of that. She sent me here with a secret message, after all.
She did? What about?
Isla wants you to go to the Archon's hearth. It needs to be at night, though. She'll sneak away from Cassidon's hold to guide you on the scry here. She wants you to collect Archon parts that may be hard to spot without her help.
I don't think I've been to the Archon's Hearth yet. Where is it exactly?
You've been pretty close to it.
I have?
Wow. You've forgotten our introduction so fast.
No, I remember you watching me sleep.
I take it that's where the cavern near the harness leads.
Correct.
So what is it exactly?
The Archon's Hearth is where all arcs were created. We lost control of it almost immediately after the Surgeborn appeared. Not that we had much use for it. The Surge hit it hard, and most of the weavers who knew how to build arcs died as a result. But all the materials to build arcs are still there. Hence, the Spindle wants you to go.
What parts does Isla want me to collect?
There'll be 3 what's-its, 4 who's-its, and maybe a thingy or 2?
Makes unloading easy, I guess, but it also drastically reduces the amount of, like, cargo that you can bring back. Real helpful.
For a guy delivering secret messages, you're not really a detailed note-taker, are you?
I glazed over when she started listing the parts, and, well, we decided her sneaking out to guide you on your scry was the best course of action.
Yeah, it's got shitty vibes.
Besides, even if we knew what the parts were called, there's a lot of
And
junk
from
down in the
everything I
Archon's
gather,
Hearth.
it's just really
It wouldn't be
inconvenient.
easy to spot on your own.
The Eye, well, her father, was livid when I brought her the resonance. Couldn't Isla get in trouble for sneaking out?
I know. Oh, she's never been cooler. But yes, she could absolutely get in trouble for this. We should make it a quick trip.
Got it. I appreciate you being the middleman, Eric. Sounds like I'd better get to the Archon's Hearth.
Enjoy the trip. I hear it's toasty when you get deeper in.
Oh. Fuck. But I got it.
Things
It's
still good with
hot.
our Spitfire problem.
All handled. You did great out there. But now we have another problem. Madame Silverbeak. Seriously? I said it while you were out there, and the look she gave me.
Oh no, you didn't.
Oh, yeah, I did. And I shall never again. But well played, Miss Bryn. But it was quite the experience. Your scry is not at all what I'm used to. It's better, more vibrant. Anyway, sincerely, thank you for your help. If I need more, I'll know to just ask this time. Hey, Bryn. Sorry, was lost in thought. It's this scry thing. It's been bothering me.
You said it felt different from the ones you're used to.
Yours was much more intense than any we have, and I need to know why. Have we overused them? I don't think so. Yours is at least as old and clearly has seen good service.
That does seem strange.
Yeah, I went digging through everything I could find about the scries. I'm sure the Eye has records he won't share with me, or anyone, really. But I still found a lead.
A sudden burst of bureaucratic insight.
Yeah, yes, I suppose. Shipping records for scries. There were some set to go out right around the surge.
Exports? To bands like ours?
Probably. Well, that's the problem, though. There's a lot of very specific shorthand on these manifests I just don't understand.
We should talk to Casmin. She lives and breathes shipping logistics.
I was hoping you'd suggest that. I was considering asking her myself.
Oh boy, here we go.
But
She's a little intimidating.
no, that's Aurea. Casmin just seems busy. Always busy. And I don't want to overstep here with your crew.
We can talk to her together.
When's the last time anyone saw her sleep?
Pet, 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 pet. Scritch, 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 scritch.
Hey, Kaz. Arakim has a question.
Is that why you've been lurking around here? Bad habit, you.
Yes. I need some help puzzling out shipping manifests from before the surge.
Scries, secured export, dates. You think some scries never made it past the veil?
Doesn't it usually take some time to figure that kind of thing out?
Yes, but I'm a genius. This is what I do, Bryn. So, we should run these down. The records here aren't complete, though. They don't confirm the shipment.
Any idea how we do that?
This is where Bryn does what she does. Off the top of my head, there's 3 places we should look. Drover's Gate in the lower city is obvious. Logs will be there. Also, I imagine the Bastion would track export of any and all scries, military applications. And we should canvass the Hearthsiders. Maybe someone still alive who worked the caravans. I'd ask the Axel. She'd know who to ask. And we're not welcome in the general populace of Cassidans.
We have that in common. Impressive.
Happy to help.
Okay. Another Drake. Whoa. I do actually want to go to the new zones, though. I want that last kinetic spell because it'll help get some stuff. Probably not. We have time for the Drake. Goodbye, sir. Goodbye. Stop that. Goodbye. What the hell? Fuck you. Whoa. Die, you silly Drake. I need your scales for our waifu. Give me thine horns. Ow. Oh no! Oh no! 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 No!
Brace for it.
Well played. Well played. Holy fuck. I didn't expect to get sent into the miasma. Stop that. Fucking ow, bro. Oh, freeze the wing. There we go. Oh! What the hell? Okay, we're a little danger close. I kind of wish they would do more to try and get you off. Like there, he could have tried to chomp at me and stuff. Come this way. Don't be like that. Get your ass over here, bro. I wonder if breaking his chest stops him from using fire. Ow. Why you being such a bitch? No. I hate that so much. That shit is so frustrating. Need a different pickup and climb key. How's it feel? Ow. What? I was nowhere near that. What? Okay. Fine. Heck you. Heck you, buddy. There was some bullshit happening there. I expected the jaw, but maybe breaking the jaw only stops the fire spit, not the breath. I don't know. Because, I mean, his chest lights up when he's gonna breathe fire. I wonder if I hit a point in the game where they just increase the drops. That would be pretty nice. So it's harder to farm earlier on, but then later on it's a lot easier. Alright. Yeah, I agree, Jesse. Hard to get OP, but once you hit that like later part of the game, it's not like a slog. I'll have to go kill one of the arcs and see if it drops more. Because if it dropped 2 during like just harvesting it, then I might be able to get a lot out of it from killing it. Alright, I will be right back. I'm back. Let's call these sluts now. Hello. Hello. Pick up the damn phone. Hello, slut.
Hi.
Audio is funny from the controller because you can't hear me. I cannot hear you now.
Fuck you!
Preston Ronies, check Discord to see if it has the right input. Nom's big gobbo ear. We.
Oh, you know, it just said that it was my snowball microphone, which hasn't been plugged into this computer in over 2 years.
What?
I haven't seen that as an option in 2 years on the computer. I don't know.
Well,
I don't know how it did that.
Amazing, amazing.
Found some legacy audio in the computer.
That's what I like to hear.
All right, now I've got the Mountain Realm and Tales Under the Oak Tribal Alliance 2024 full album. It's very serene.
Let's go.
Like, yeah, there's a. It's like Dungeon Synth. It's this thing called Tales from Under the Oak, and it's like got this frog just like bouncing along, mind his own business. And I listen to every Tales from the Under Oak now, and it's just this weird, chill Dungeon Synth.
Perfect.
You know, gotta be calm before the pain.
Right.
It should be happening, yes. It should be happening.
I'm just waiting on Sai right now.
Today is a day.
It is the day where we continue the destruction of our friendship.
I managed to complete in Vintage Story every single harvest I needed from like 3 seasons, and it's, my god, it's so satisfying. I now have 4 months in game to do whatever I want with no work.
And before you find out that everyone's already ate everything.
I can't. It's impossible. The satiation and caloric intake is so extremely high. I've calculated I could feed 20 blackguards for an entire winter.
You underestimate how easy it is for people to stuff food in their face when they don't need it.
Yeah, it's true. Well,
Have
if the
you
food bar
ever
stayed full the
seen
entire time, then,
Zomboid
like,
players?
That's true. At least in this game, you can't overeat. Like, your bar fills up, and then you can't consume the food any further.
But the moment that the bar isn't full anymore.
It only uses, like, the portion it needs, though. Like, 0.1 or something, if it has to.
Mm.
It's just, like, I have that, and I have the meat is, like, about 1/4 of the meals, which is 1,600 satiation times 4, and each full bar is 1,500. And then I had 128 meals and vegetables, and then I made about like 300 bread, and then I also cooked something like 2,000 liters of wine up, which is like a lot of fucking wine, and now I've reduced it down to like 200 liters of brandy. And Nox got some wine too. So the funniest thing is, like, we were talking about our vintages, and I'm like, you know, from year 0, I still have 6 liters of brandy. That's the most valuable thing on the server right now. Like, it's the year 0, like double winter. 6 liters of brandy is 60 liters of wine during the starvation times. That's a lot.
All of it,
So,
yes.
yeah. I took pictures and sent it to Ophi, and
There's a lot of fucking food there.
It's so much fucking food. It's unbelievable.
More food than last time when I saw it.
Yeah, about 3 times as much from when you saw it.
Oh
honest.
my god.
And I haven't even finished slaughtering the boar and everything I wanted.
Oh
is
yeah, I
like,
bet they're all
you
grown
know,
up, but there's a shitload of them in
There was like 50.
Oh my god.
I only killed about 10 because I looked at, I managed to somehow pierce through the fucking veil of boar fucking herd and like the constant swarm and actually find a few Generation 1s in me and kill them all. And I don't know how I did it, but I managed to not even kill a single Generation 2.
Wait, you didn't kill it? Huh?
the boars of their generation 3 are completely domesticated for animals, right? So there was a pit of them, and there was like 6 or 7 of the generation 1s hiding in there, in the pit of like 2s. So I killed all of them. But because all the animals swarm over each other, it was really fucking hard to see which one was which, and not like stab like the wrong ones rather. Yeah, it was pretty hard, but I managed to do it. I wiped out all the generation 1s, meaning every single boar produced from now on is domesticated.
Hello. Amazing.
Yeah.
She's here!
Hi. I was just finishing that run. I was just finishing this Inspire run, which ended in flames, of course.
Well, I mean, we love flames around here.
As it always does. As it always does.
Looks at my forge. Yes, I like fire. Fan the flames. I've been playing like chill stuff and chill music, and now I gotta put on Dokapon and hear like the Dokapon and like lose my mind. As the fucking kids from old Scrooge McDuck, whatever those 3 like stupid kids are with the duck noise, and scream and make the fucking loud noises. It always reminds me of the ones from Dokapon.
I'm gonna...
Dokapon!
Yui, Louie, and Dewey. That's what it was.
I'm gonna finish killing the thing I'm fighting. It won't take long, and then I'll boot it up and suffer.
Like 5 minutes?
Yeah, probably 5 minutes-ish, maybe less.
Sorry.
Oh my god.
What's going on?
Has Lauren even been playing that?
Not as much as me, but yes.
Addicted whore.
I've just been doing a single player modded.
Oh, well,
oh, you abandoned everyone, I see.
Yeah. You don't want to play kobolds with me.
Or me.
I do. She would eventually.
If you did, you would.
I'll out on the pianist here.
Does Lauren stop playing it? That's a good question.
No, she just doesn't play with me anymore.
Or me. Or Cyrene.
Oh wait, I can't tell because it's not Steam. Damn it!
That's okay. I basically am playing by myself on the server anyway because everyone moved to different areas and I refused to leave the kitchen, so I spent 6 months in game doing everything I needed to do, and everyone went out and did things, and now I'm just like, cool, I have an entire town to myself. So
hashtag winning.
The whole point of it. I mean, I have the food for everyone, not them. So quite actually, I know half the server's starving, and I'm not.
But see, now you just run a restaurant.
Exactly,
so
I was making a tavern. Winter is all about the tavern and being drunk and watching my friends beg for food and then me saying, well, I'll take it for some iron or whatever you want. And also, the fact that brandy is valued at such a high fucking level.
Alright, there is an actual currency. I forgot about that. I was just thinking of, like, trading stuff.
Well, that's what I mean, like, I trade. I don't do the currency, I just do trade.
Ah, gotcha.
Yeah.
Probably in the space age with their solar? Probably. Forum's
fucking,
already
like,
finished the game. Started another hardcore playthrough.
Well, Nox found where the merchant is to find the final dungeon quest thing, so I'm not doing it anytime soon. I'm gonna wait till year 3 in the game, but like the fact that I've got all the brandy and wine, it's like I'm just sitting here like, yep, I can.
Okay,
I
so
can
drops are 100% increased.
I could do alchemy now. I have fruit trees on the way next year, so I have a pink and red apple, cherry, and pear. I'm making a cider out of everything. I have new products to launch next year. Like, I'm actually in this, like, I'm launching products next year. So I feel
amazing.
It's like ciders and reductions of them tomorrow. Yay. Or next year, whatever. Yo, that's a sick fucking bot with the text being, like, completely borked so it's not even catching the auto grab. Hell yeah, dude.
They're breaking the system.